Hello, everyone. It's Yogi here. I hope you're well. Tuesday. Yes, happy Tuesday. Did you miss me yesterday? And yes, so yesterday we didn't have a stream. Okay, so for the next maybe couple of months, and Mondays will be quite possibly off days as well. Yesterday when I came back, I was exhausted, and because with the Monday classes, I have to travel a little bit further as well, and so yes, but hopefully in about 2 months' time, where Mondays will be resumed. And I hope you're well today and ready for a spot of stitching. So today I'm coming back to this piece. So I have not touched this piece maybe for about 3 weeks. And I just wanted to give it a little break. And at the same time, I've been really into sort of 25 count projects, and this one is 28. And but today I'm feeling ready. I'm feeling ready to come back to this piece and work on it a little bit more. I'm really looking forward to it. And so let me show you this piece. Okay, if you've been living under a rock, this is what I'm stitching. This is Aimee Stewart. Traveling library. So this piece has become quite popular actually. It's quite popular amongst our group, and also one of my favorite floss tuber, Komari, has started working on this piece as well. But of course, she's like light years ahead of my progress, and I'm in awe. Totally. And this piece is a view of a caravan, the interior of a caravan. And it's a traveling library. So this magical caravan is traveling everywhere in the magical kingdom, and with a very magical looking fox, a reading fox, and a fox that really loves books as well. So it's a beautiful, beautiful piece with an explosion of colors. It's so rich. And my progress so far, okay, I started this piece, I cannot remember. I think it was maybe October sometime. We started together with a marathon, if I remember correctly. And this is my progress so far. I have seen, quite a few sort of pictures, the updates of your progress, and I'm really impressed. So I'm quite determined to come back to this piece and move it forward a little bit more. So currently I'm just slightly over 2%. If you look at the upper left where it says progress. And so, yes, I've got some work to do. I've got some work to do. And the number of colors, this is max color, regular size max colors, and 239 colors. So very close to the max, 240, okay? And I am going to start a new sprint here. And yes, let's see how we're doing today. And this is going to capture every single stitch I'm going to be doing today. And at the end of every stream, I share a number with you. Okay, so let me come back here. And I want to say hello to you. And really miss you. So we have, let's have a look. And let me scroll up. I just got home shortly before the stream, so I'm still trying to settle down. And so we have Rajal. Rajal says, hello everyone, happy stitching on Tuesday. Happy stitching day to you every day. And Sarah is here as well, says hello stitchy friends. And we also have a ring runs and stitches as well. I'm struggling with names today. It's just going to be one of those days. And Ring says, I've been missing in action. Been really sick. Oh dear. Been really sick past 2 weeks. Hope everyone is doing well. And I hope you're feeling better. I'm really happy that you come back. If you're not well, we're gonna, lift your spirit and provide all the love and great wishes to you. So welcome back, Rin. And we also have a dragon lady. And I think I'm gonna, change it up a little bit. So I'm gonna come back and say hello to you one by one, okay? But I'm gonna start stitching because a lot of times when I go through all your names, I miss your comments, and I don't want to miss your comments, okay? So I'm gonna just zoom in a little bit and bring on my app view here and start stitching, and I'll say hello to you. And I want to know what you've been up to and what you're working on today. So let me just arrange it a little bit. Give me a second. Yes, so my voice is not quite going, not quite totally gone, but it's a little bit more husky than usual. So you're probably used to it by now. And today I've got my little kitty here and my little fox here to keep me company. And this piece, I'm working on 28 counts, even weave, DMC fabric, and I'm stitching with DMC as well, 1/1. So 28, this is one of the two, actually three 28 count projects. Majority of my projects currently, they're 25 counts, and I've got quite a few 14 counts as well. And today, I think I am going to work on around this area. I'm quite drawn to this area because previously, if you've been following me on this project, I've done quite a lot of work. Let me just remove this a little bit. I've got quite a lot of work around just the space above the bed area, and it's got quite a lot going on. It's really pretty, and I'm really happy with the progress. And but I am going to work on the connect area here. So I started off from the center, upper center here. This is the center and this is the top. And the last couple of sessions, if I remember correctly, I moved from this area up here and start to fill in more stitches. As you can see, it's looking a lot better. And so today I am going to kind of just fill in the area to connect this two little islands and together with stitches. And also in my mind, I'm gonna be more comfortable and more confident about my stitch, the accuracy of all my stitches, because there's always worry when you travel a little bit further. Maybe there are a few stitches missing if you miscounted certain stitches and everything's off. So by filling in this area will make me feel slightly better and knowing that everything is good. Okay, so let's have a look. And Gayla, hello. Great to see you. And I hope you're doing well today, feeling really, really strong. And Michelle, hello. Michelle says, hello from spring break. We're visiting the mountains of New Mexico. Yes, spring is definitely here. I can smell it. Can you not smell spring when it's kind of, just around the corner there? You can smell it in the air. And London is not quite warm just yet, but like yesterday when I came home, I didn't have to wear my jacket. So that's definitely a telltale sign that things are, getting a lot warmer. Nikki, hello. My goodness. And Nikki, where have you been? And I know you've been working on secret projects. Maybe Nikki has been busy with the family thing and stuff like that. And so good to see you. And Nikki says, we had spring break last week. Hope you're having fun, Michelle, on yours. So everybody's celebrating spring break. So is that kind of a holiday for everybody in America. That's very nice. If you have some time, you know, kind of a break from work, then you can spend more time with the family and go on, you know, do a little bit of traveling or stuff like that. And oh, Suzanne is here as well. Hello, hello. And Landria, great to see you. Landria says, evening all. I'm reporting in, but no stitching as I'm opted for early night. Definitely. If you're, you know, if you need a break, have an early break, or just, you know, join in for a little bit of a chat. And Landra says, I put 3 to 4 stitches into my hay sow earlier and passed my probation at work. Oh, how nice. So you were so you had a kind of a trial period, because Landria, if I remember correctly, got a new job a few months ago. So wonderful. So I'm sure Landra passed with flying colors. And let me just pick my first color here as well. So I am going to just fill in as much loose stitches as I can, going down in no particular way. Okay, so these 3, I'm going to leave them alone for now because they are 3 different colors. Ninja stitches. So I'm going to pick a slightly friendlier color to start here. How about this one? Beautiful. 3773. 3773. And so congratulations, Alandria. So stitching, hello. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Is it today? I'm clueless. I'm clueless about national holidays. Well, it's not a national holiday, but oh, it kind of is. But national holiday for me is a day off. I don't think St. Patrick's Day is a day off. And needle. Well, we kind of worked it out last time, didn't we? I'm just having trouble reading names. It reads like needle lotter therapy, but need a lot of therapy. Hello, and welcome back. I'm Busy Mum reporting from work club, and I hope work has been going really well today for you. And I am going to start here, hopefully. And I want to double check. So I'm going to decide whether I'm going to grid 5x5 with this piece. I'll see how it goes. 28 count is slightly tricky to do to grid 5x5 because the stitches are smaller. So I'll see how it goes. So 5x5 gridding has helped me quite a lot recently. So, but it's slightly tricky because it is quite small. Okay, let me just start warming up a little bit. You know, I didn't get to stitch at all yesterday. So normally if I have a day not stitching, I just feel like, it's like, where am I? Well, I normally feel like that anyway. Hello, Chloe. And Serena as well, joining for 30 minutes. Yes, and then Serena is going to bed. Grace Houston, hello, hello. Yes, Yogi's voice is a little bit funny today. Very wide today. And Lizzie is here as well. Hello, hello. And Susan as well. I did say hello to Susan, didn't I? Did I miss you? Yes. Susan says 4th of October start. Yogi, oh, well done, Susan. Yes, 4th of October. So I remember we did a marathon together, didn't we? Yes. Let me have a look. Where am I exactly? Here. I haven't done 28 count for a little bit. I think the last time I did this piece was about over 3 weeks ago. That's a century ago. Cherry Bomb, hello, hello. And need a lot of therapy says, hi everyone. I'm working on my own Ophelia pattern. Oh, so you're creating your own pattern. And Susan says, blanket stitching at the edges of the fabric for my April new start. Is that the one, it's a little bunny. Is that the one that the April start? Or is that the March one? So Susan has a lot of interesting projects. And Suzanne says, I'm working on Neko Hotel, the cat hotel. And I'm nearly done with the stitches for this rotation. I'll probably go to bed early. Yes, if, you know, we need to go to bed early, definitely do so. Hey, Maddie. Maddie says, hi, everyone. How's it going? My heart is a little bit heavy today. Gonna go play some guitar soon, but I'll be back watching surely. I hope everything's okay, Maddie. I'm warming up here. Okay. So this one I'm stitching is 3773. Dragon Lady says, stitching on Dracula. so appropriate for Dragon Lady. Stitching on Dracula, Bindless Stitching Book Club. Yes. Oh, so this one is not full coverage. Yes, it's nice to have a little break and do something different, isn't it? There's so many different styles of stitching. It's so pretty though, this piece. Just looking at it, it's just such a treat. One, two, three, four. I think I might be okay without 5x5 gridding with this one. Fingers crossed. Cherry Bomb says, stitching the heart of a 3-knot and completed 3,000 stitches of yellow. Oh dear. That's very close to air stitching. Not quite, depending on how bright the yellow is. Yes, I think if you do 3,000 of the same color or similar colors, you probably want a break. Clara, hello. And Tracy Lanu is here as well. I probably butchered that one. Sorry about that. Great to see you. And Tracy says, I'm starting Jungle Temple and Tigers by Chiro Marchetti. Wow. His style is so diverse. because some of his work, our work, I would never, even know that's from him. Because if you look at Kim Jacobs, you can spot Kim Jacobs' pieces from miles away. But Chiro Marchetti, it's just so many different, very different styles. If you compare Sleep Time, for instance, to some of his more recent styles, recent pieces, for instance, the one with the doggy, etc. Very different. Hello, Laura. And we have Lynn Burgess as well. Sorry, I'm really slow. And we have Jackie as well. Great to see, Jacqueline, sorry. Great to see you. And Jacqueline says, oh my gosh, I have to catch you live. Thank you for all your tips. I've been stitching for most of my life. However, you've given me tips to help my process so much. Many thanks. And you're welcome, Jacqueline. And I learned all my tricks from, all the stitchers in the group as well and beyond. All the floss tubers, all the clever people. And I'm simply passing on what I've learned. So, but that's so gracious of you to say that. And Lizzie says, I'll be getting a lot of nudge hoops tomorrow. Yes. I love their hoops as well. And I like the fact that they're quite reasonably priced. I think if you go for wooden frames, that kind of stuff, they tend to be quite pricey, even though they're probably really good as well. But I love the fact that the nudge hoops, they're quite well made, but not too pricey. So you can get, fair number of them for all the projects. Oh dear, what's happening here? It went down the wrong corner, but it wouldn't let me bring it back on. Maybe I can just fudge it, just stitch over it. It's easier. I am here, I think. Limbo just says, hey Yogi, it's Tuesday. What a nice surprise to see you working on my favorite piece by Aimee. I know. I think this piece is a lot of people's favorite because it just seems so popular. So I am going to do a yogi move over here. And then there are 4 more stitches on this side. So with this piece, I'm traveling a little bit further with the cross country than 25 counts. I think for 28, for some reason, I just want to travel a little bit further, but not too far, because that's when the problem starts. If you miscount for a few stitches, everything else is off. Okay, just one more stitch here, and I'm going to end my thread here. But I just love this pink and this blue as well. So pretty. 3773. Susan says the bunny is the March start. Tree of Life is April start. Oh, I see. The bunny one is so cute. Walk Away Hello says hello Yogi and friends. I hope you're well. And Walk Away is stitching the gift today. Oh right, so it's a retired Hage story keep. So it's one of those long ones. Very nice. And Love Drunk is in the chat as well. Hello. And Ruby Rose, hello. Tracy says, you pronounce my name perfectly. Really? That's rare. She says, most people don't, but you did it well. I'm very happy. Occasionally I get it right. And let's have a look. 921, 921. 921. So I need to be quite mindful with this because I can easily get it wrong. Let me just zoom in just a tiny bit. So if you look at how sort of, well, it's not, well, the stitches are a little bit smaller than 25 count, obviously. And this is what the situation with my Gecko Rouge. Just look at all these stitches. They're so snugly. And so if you want to frog the stitches, it's pretty tricky. Pretty tricky. One, two, three. Dragon Lady says my new start tomorrow will be Suteki by Aimee Stewart. Oh, I don't know which piece that is. Would love to see the markup. Hi, Chrissy. And Chrissy's working on Supersize Max Color Blanket Forge. Oh, I know that one. Yes, I've seen the markup by Aimee Stewart as well. Yes. And it's quite a fun piece, isn't it? I mean, Aimee Stewart's artwork, a lot of them are very playful. There. Heather, Turtle Stitcher, haven't seen you in a bit. And Heather says, hello, Stitcher friends. I'm at 3.5 on Traveling Library, getting closer where Yogi is stitching. Well done. I'm just slightly over 2%, Heather. But I think Heather, if I remember correctly, Heather is going from upper right, right? So you have already come to the center, have you? Amazing. Alison, hello. And Alison is working on Owl Forest, Alice. It's a sampler, isn't it? It's very, very pretty. And two over here. And we have another Lynn. Lynn is here, says, hello, Yogi, hope you're well. Yes, great to see you, Lynn. And Auntie Crazy is here as well, says, hello, Yogi, and fellow Stitchers. Hello to you, Auntie. And Nikki's working on Traveling Library as well. As usual, extreme cross country with black. How far have you gone? Because I've lost track on Nikki's progress on this one. Because Nikki's got so many projects ongoing. Sarah says my long hair and the cat hair gets wrapped around the roller. The sticky roller, or... I think, you know, our webs probably have a lot of cat hair and dog hair everywhere. Firmly stitched into the piece. All right, let me mark these ones. 921, 921. Let me take a sip of my coffee. It's freshly brewed. Nido says, where do you get 25 and 28 fabric? I'm in continental Europe, so anything US-based doesn't work because of the shipping prices, but I love to work on it. I get pretty much all my fabric from a vendor in the UK. It's a UK-based. Normally, if I buy from Etsy, I look for UK-based vendors only because I've had issues with international shipping. So it's a really good vendor. It's called what is it called? I can never remember. Stitches something, and they do all sorts of fabric and reasonably priced as well. And a Embroidery Geek is here in the chat as well. Welcome. Next one. I want to move down here. I'm really keen on working on a little bit of this area. The blue patch here. It's looking very inviting. Let's have a look. I don't think there are that many blue stitches left, but Okay. All right then. A15. A15. I mean, the great thing about, oh, let me get the new strand here. This is very, very short. Only got this a little bit left. A14. Lizzie says I'm doing 2 supersize max color of Josephine Wars. One for me and one for my dad. I did a lot of air stitching earlier. Congratulations, Lizzie. Heather says, yes, I started in upper right. I'm not to the center yet. I have stitched the lamp and the fan and the far right. Is there a fan on the far right? Let me have a look. Oh, hang on. Let me have a look at the markup. I know there's a lamp at the center on the table there, but on the right. Oh, right. So, Heather, so did you go diagonal? Because the lamp is kind of slightly below the lower part of the ceiling already. That's quite a lot, quite far you have gone. All right, I'm going to work on this bit a little bit. So I think I'm going to start here. I think with this piece, luckily, there shouldn't be too much air stitching. I'm just looking at the markup there. Maybe the area outside the window, a tiny bit. There's some sky there. Otherwise, this piece is relatively air stitching free, I think. Not confetti free though. Nikki says, I'm at 2.06%, haven't worked on worked on it a bit. So 2.6 is just slightly well, pretty much around the same progress as me. Currently I'm 2.2, so not that different. But Nikki started much later than me. Didn't you? I don't think you started at the same time as me. Suzanne says on Etsy, Young Stories is good as well. So it's the name of the vendor. Are they UK based or? Hi, Elsie. Elsie says, plugging away at the stitching shelf by Aimee Stewart. Everybody's working on Aimee Stewart today. Every day is Aimee Day. Huh. Susan says, stitch-tastic. Exactly, that's lavender. So let me highlight this. If you're in the UK, you won't looking for fabric. This is a really good vendor to go for. Thank you, Susan. Susan's keeping all the things that I cannot remember. And Callan as well. Hello, it's been a little bit. Great to see you. One, two, three. Flower says, I'm doing Josephine Doorway to the Stars. It's my very first hate and full coverage. Started on 18 count, but restarted on 35 count. 1/1 full cross, really? I didn't know there's such a thing as 35 counts. I know there's 32 counts and 36 counts? It's a 35 as well. And you're doing full cross. Wow. Would love to see the progress. The coverage is probably pretty full. Because I tried full cross on 32 counts. Oh, did I have a hard time. So I did that on my Christmas festive stitching, the Christmas house. And it didn't go very well with 32 counts, full cross. Heather says, I'm stitching on the diagonal, starting from the top right corner. It's amazing to see it all fill in, and we'll be able to see the grain in the wood and the details in the lamp makes it look 3D. I know, it's so well charted, isn't it? Because it captures so much details. I know. Because not all patterns need to be super high def, but you know, some charts just look so good when it's capturing so much detail. Oh, Clara says 25 counts. I was thinking, what's happening, Clara? So hang on. So you switch from 18 counts and restart it on 25 counts. Okay, that's cool. For a moment, I was wondering, I thought Clara was going to join Kristen to the Tiny Stitches Club. So Nikki started in October as well. So Nikki started at the same time as me. It's quite rare that Nikki is actually behind me. But Nikki probably didn't work on it for like months. And also for 28 counts, I've decided to be a bit more relaxed about the floating, threads at the back, which means, I might carry my threads over stitch area a little bit further, because normally I would literally just end the stitches and restart, in a different location. And I've decided to be a little bit more relaxed about it, because it does take time and effort to constantly start and stop. But I think 28 counts, it shouldn't be too bad, because, the stitches are a little bit smaller. So hopefully it's not going to be too noticeable. I'm going to just keep going with this color a little bit. Where am I? Here. And Suzanne says, Yarn Stories is in Lithuania. Oh, right. Yes. If they can ship, they can be quite reliable and quite speedy, then shouldn't be a problem. One, two. Solar Winds, hello. And Solar says every day is Aimee Stewart Day, unless it's Martina Weber Day. It's evening in a park here in evening in the park here in Texas. So that's the title of your piece, I'm guessing. Martina Weber, I'm not familiar with it actually. But I'm learning about so many artists through this group. So everybody's got their favorite. And this year, as I said, I'm going to, direct my attention to more sort of different patterns from different companies. And unless, heaven and earth, they come up with new patterns that I really, really want to stitch, I'll probably focus, my new starts from different companies, from other companies. Okay, I'm gonna do just a few more here before I get lost, totally lost. There you go, Kristen, the captain of the Tiny Stitches Club. Colors are just so rich. And Dragon Lady says, I stitch 1/1 on 32 counts. The lady's face of damask, roses. Right, by, Mirabilia. Mirabilia. Do they do kits or stuff like that? Or maybe you're talking about those pretty ladies with beads and stuff like that. And Dragon Lady says, nearly went blind. I'm not surprised. Well, 32 counts, I don't think the challenge, well, at least for me, it's not so much there. Obviously, the stitches are tinier, but for me, it was more about finding the right kind of stitches, the coverage, because I went from full cross to 10 stitches, but I'm not happy with the coverage of the 10 stitches. Not with that piece. But I have no solution because I tried to stitch full 1/1 and it just didn't work. It was just so bulky. I couldn't make it work. Why am I here? That doesn't look right. Okay, that's fine. Elsie says, I tried stitching 1/1 on 28 counts and fell miserably. I wonder why that is. So 1/1 on 25 count is pretty easy to stitch. I think with with CXC, it might be a different story. But with DMC seems to be okay. Walkaway says, does anyone choose the fabric count by looking at the finished size of the pieces? I have 2 completed pieces on 14 counts and they're so impressive, beautiful size. Well, I think 14 counts can be just as beautiful as 28, It really depends on the chart. If it's well charted, it probably doesn't matter what, stitch count. Not stitch count, what fabric count you stitch it on. If it's beautiful, it's beautiful. I think it's a little bit of a miss to think that you have to do tiny stitches. You have to do 25 to make it work. Because a lot of people, particularly new stitchers, they have this notion that if you want to do full coverage, you have to go tiny stitches. It's not true. You can do 14 counts. As long as you can find the fabric, you know, the size of the fabric to fit. Okay, I'm gonna just do 2 more. I don't want to travel too far. I'm gonna... Okay. Ring says I moved from 18 to 25 because it wasn't possible to get big enough piece for my patterns. I like the big ones. Yes, I think if you go up the size, you do have to go up the fabric count as well. Otherwise, you're gonna have trouble finding the fabric that fits the pattern. Okay, I'm gonna just turn my my hoop to the side because I just realized this bar on the left is not screwed down properly, so it's wobbling. So I'm going to just turn over. I forgot to do it. I'm going to take my screwdriver. So this is what I have to do. I wish they could come up with a version that you do not need to use a screwdriver to do it. You know, some sort of dial or something. Because otherwise the bar is going to wobble around. Okay, that's much better. Much better. Good. Elsie says, I saw a video from Caterpillar cross-stitching on trimming to help with coverage. What's trimming? Where you stitch over floss? I don't know what that means, Elsie. You need to explain a little bit more. I don't know what trimming is. Kristen says tiny stitches is live reference to anyone who has seen Ted Lasso, not me. Tiny stitches is live. For some people, tiny stitches is blindness. Depends. Let me just adjust my hoop a little bit. Okay. Now I'm gonna come back here and pick another color. 920, I'm gonna stitch next. Gonna get a new strand. 920. Suzanne says, finish my stitches on Neko Hotel. It's so cute already. It is a fun piece, isn't it? It's very kind of anime style. And Suzanne is a anime fan, I think. Okay, let me start over here. I think out of the three sort of trio, sort of three different pieces for this theme, for the caravan theme. I think this piece, I have to say, probably the most intricate and most beautiful, I think, for me. Even though the story's view is really pretty as well. Well, I think, Lizzie, you need to go with the stitch count that you're most comfortable. It has to be sustainable. There's no point going up the fabric count if you're going to suffer. So Elsie, I think, is providing some explanation of tramming. She says you lay thread perpendicular to your stitching area, then stitch over top of it, leaving the thread in. I don't understand it. Anybody? Anybody can... anybody gets that? So you lay your thread. What? Oh, do you mean... No, that's not what I'm thinking. That cannot be correct. But Elsie, are you talking about cross stitching? Sola says, I'm working on 28 count right now. I imagine when I go back to other projects, the 25 will look huge. Yes, it would. Because recently, I've been doing a lot of 25 count. So now coming back to 28, I can feel some differences. You know, the stitches are smaller, clearly. But last year, I was working on 28 counts a lot. On Traveling Library, on Gecko Rouge project, the restart, and also the quoting room as well. And after a while, when you come back to 28, 25, I felt like I was stitching 14 count or something like that. Definitely. So I think size is definitely relative. If you're, if you're used to a certain stitch count, when you switch, the stitches can feel either very big or very small. Hi, Coyote. Welcome. This contrast of brown and blue is just so pretty. I really enjoy looking at it. Okay, I'm kind of thinking maybe I should stop here with this color. Maybe just one more stitch. Okay. Right. 9:20. 9:20. I need to drink my coffee. I can see like explanations there for trimming, but I don't think I'm grasping what that means. So we're talking about cross stitching, right? Okay. Okay, I am going to go for this one. 3/830. 3/830. Three 830. So over here. Nikki says, caterpillar cross stitch did a recent tutorial for trimming is to make stitches look fuller. Oh, I see. So does that mean in order to, so does that mean you do regular cross stitches but you just lay one extra thread horizontally and vertically and stitch over it. Does it even work? I mean, with 28 count, for instance, so let's say 32 counts. Oh, probably 10 stitches, you can't really do that. All right, I think I'm getting the idea now. So basically you incorporate more threads in order to fill up the fabric. Am I getting it correctly? If the purpose is to provide fuller coverage. But isn't it awkward to stitch like that? Suzanne says, I've got some new needle minders in the mail today from my friend. I posted them with my Neko hotel update. Yes, I think I need some new needle minders as well. And today I actually used my super powerful super glue to repair some of my needle minders that the magnet kind of fell off, and I just have not repaired them and just stopped using them. I've got about 6 of them that I bought from Etsy with magnets kind of just fell off. So today I managed to fix a few. So hopefully I'll have a few more to play with. Sola says trimming. In cross stitching is a technique where a long single thread is laid horizontally across the fabric, which then covered by regular cross stitches. Okay, so the thread is actually lying right in the middle. Okay, so just one without, not vertical. So how does that work logistically? Because the way we're stitching, does that mean you have to stitch in order, like row by row? Because otherwise you're going to have these threads kind of just lying everywhere. And will that work for higher fabric counts? You know, for instance, if you do, I think the coverage for 18 counts, up to 18 count is pretty full, isn't it? So I'm just trying to imagine if you do 14 counts, for instance, you just have one extra thread. I can probably simulate it. I'm not going to stitch it that way, but I can simulate it. Just a quick demo. I'm just trying to visualize how it's going to work. Hang on. I think if you do that, you probably have to stitch in a very particular way. You know, you can't just go cross country or something like that. But hang on, that can't work, because what happens to color changes? If you have color changes, you know, like this, you can't possibly just use one single color. What color would you use for all of them? Walkaway says like a padded cross stitch. But the thing is though, if the color of the thread shows through, it's going to mess up the colors on top, when they? Needle says it works great for darker colors on white fabric. Darker colors on white fabric, especially for bigger blocks. I don't really find it necessary though. I find fabric showing a bit. It's got to show, because if you're doing it because you don't want the fabric to show through, whatever color thread you like, you kind of lay underneath, the color is going to show through as well. So even though the stitches might look a little bit fuller, but also you have the risk of whatever color you lay underneath to show through as well. That sounds quite over the top. Does anybody actually do that? I think if you do like a whole patch of the same color as well, but then you want a whole piece to be consistent, you wouldn't just do it for certain colors and not the others, because it's going to look uneven, wouldn't it? So basically, let me just take one thread here. So let me zoom in super big. Okay. So I think the idea is, for instance, I don't know how you start a thread, maybe just pulling it from below, and you lay a thread on top, let's say that. I'm going to just do one stitch like that. See, I think this is going to look so clumsy. You basically stitch over it, don't you? So my thread is in between the slant, the first leg, and then you do that, right? And then you come up, and then you stitch cross over it. Is it like that? But then you have a different roll. I think for full coverage, you can't. I don't think it's gonna work for full coverage, because there's so many color changes. And then you have to keep the thread there as well. I think if it's just one row, let's say if you're doing some sort of samplers or whatever, I don't know. How do you adjust the colors? Like that, right? Is that what we're talking about? So I'm going to put that away. Solar says my chatelaine has trimming, but it's static only. Is it a pain? Yes, it is. Would you just do it for certain stitches and not all, all the stitches on the same piece? And it's quite interesting for Caterpillar to do a tutorial about a technique, because it seems quite a niche kind of. Well, I'm just thinking their target audience, in terms of the type of the style of patterns they create, they're aiming for kind of general public, like full coverage is a little bit more niche, but Caterpillar patterns, they kind of aim for everybody. So I'm a little bit surprised they kind of introduce this technique. It sounds quite over the top. You have to be very, very particular about your stitches to want to do that. Whoops, falling off. Hi, Janine. Hello. And oh, interesting. Betty says, why not just add a strand instead of laying thread down? Yes, that's a very good point, isn't it? Why don't you just double the strand? Maybe it's because it's probably harder to stitch. I mean, imagine trying to stitch double strand on 28 counts. I'm just trying to visualize how it can be done logistically. Okay. 3A30 going back. Okay. 3776. 3776. So let's say on my piece, the trimming is different color. The bottom color is graphite, and the top one is gold petite treasure braid. I have no idea what you're talking about, Sola. So, yes, individually, those words, yes, I know what they are. Together, no idea. Elsie says, I think it will work well for large blocks of black. Yes, I suppose. If you have just a patch of color that's dark on white fabric and you don't want the white fabric to show through, yes, I presume you could do that, but that's dedication. I actually saw this video a couple of years ago well, maybe more than a couple of years ago when I was researching full coverage, when I first discovered full coverage. I was going, on YouTube and try to find everything I could find about full coverage. And I came across this video, okay, here's this lady. I think she was stitching maybe a Haid pattern, Heaven and Earth pattern. And it was a picture of a lady who's got very dark hair. And it's a portrait, just close up of a lady's face with long hair. And she was, complaining about how the fabric was showing through, the white fabric was showing through as she was stitching the dark hair. And complaining about the pattern somehow. I think maybe it was Gecko Rouge pattern. I can't remember either way. But her solution for that was, it's a little bit badass and also not for the faint-hearted. The lady basically, with a hair area, there was quite a vast area there. She just used a permanent marker, black, and just paint over. She just painted over the fabric before stitching black stitches. That was her solution. So I think that may be a little bit faster. Elsie says you anchor the thread within the linen. Right. But whichever way is still, you know, you literally have to stitch row by row for it to work. Hi, Kelly. And see you later, Dragon Lady. And enjoy your shopping. Yes, go for it. Right, so these ones are around here. Let me move it over slightly. Nikki says he, as in Ford, maybe, from Caterpillar. He demonstrated trimming on 14 counts. Yes, I'm just intrigued. I'm just thinking about their type of audience that they would actually do a tutorial on something that's so niche. That's very interesting. Oh, Chrissy, sorry, I just saw this. Sorry, I'm slightly behind. Chrissy says 3830. Spooky bingo. That was the last color, I think. Yay. The first spooky bingo goes to Chrissy. 3830. Well done. Hello, Joyce. Happy Tuesday. Kelly says, I'm going to do a birthday start on Thursday with a monochrome Christmas ornament, and I put it in the Facebook group. Have you not started yet? I was under the impression you've already started it. Yes, it's really interesting pattern, actually. It's monochrome, grayscale. It's just, is it full coverage? I don't think it is. It's partially covered, isn't it? It's like stitching pixels to form a picture. Well, which is essentially what we're doing here, but it's probably even more so with that pattern. Very interesting. Hi, Rochelle. Rochelle says, hi, Stitchy friends. Just made it home to catch some yogi time. Hi, Yogi, working on traveling library, 25 count 1/1 at 8%. Rochelle, well done. That's a lot more than what I've got. But the thing is, I feel like I've done a fair bit for this piece. It probably just shows how, you know, how extensive this pattern is. I feel I've done quite a lot. I don't know how many stitches, but I feel I've stitched a fair bit for this piece. But I'm just scratching the surface, really. 2%. But 8% is pretty tremendous. Okay, I'm going to end here. without traveling too far. $3,776. And Betty says the hey sao I did is Benet I can't, I'm going to butcher it. Betty says I stitched 2 over 1 on 25 counts, needle point style, using CXC no fabric show, full cross or tent. Sounds like tent to me if you're doing needle point. On 22 counts, 2 over 1 is pretty, it's pretty good as far as coverage goes. Because I did that for Sweet Shop, and the coverage was pretty good. Okay, 922, 922. Janine says, I'm thinking about trying that. Milestone. Milestone. What game? I have no idea. Oh, is this some sort of a web thingy? So to help you to choose what to work on every day. I think for me, normally, if I'm not drawn to a certain piece, I just leave it alone. I don't feel the obligation to work on it. Okay. Nine two two. Kelly says, Yogi, if you were talking about pixels with the monochrome charts, yes, you're correct. I had to go and yell at the dogs. Okay, Kelly, that's slightly random. How you pivot from from the monochrome piece to yelling at dogs. Be nice to the dogs. They're innocent. Clara says, I would think that Ford did that video because the kids are mostly 14 to 16 counts. Yes, indeed. But then, if you look at the type of patterns they offer, they're kind of designed to be stitched that way, aren't they? You know, with sort of sampler type of patterns, or not non-full coverage pieces, with particularly 14 counts. It's part of what it is, isn't it, for the fabric to show through. So yes, I was just wondering, you know, the type of stitches they're aiming for, whether they would apply that kind of techniques, because it's a lot of work, isn't it? Samantha, hello. Samantha says, I'm late to the party, but it's my daughter's 18th birthday today. So I've been out having lunch and doing some shopping. My goodness, Samantha, you have an 18-year-old daughter and a very young mom, indeed. And happy birthday to your daughter. And I hope you had a great lunch. That's wonderful. I mean, mother and daughter bonding, you know, is special. There's nothing like it. $7.20. Have I not just stitched that? No, I have not. $7.20. Okay then. Literally just one stitch. $7.20. And Mandy Moran is here as well. Hello. Just one stitch here. No. $7.20. Rachel says, I'm basically monogamous at this point, so you have to add up all your stitches. I probably missed the beginning of the conversation. Oh, hello. Is it hey cake? I butchered that once again. Let's have a look. Hey Kek says, hello Yogi and everyone, I'm from Berlin, Germany. Sorry, my English is not so good. Painting fairy cross stitch has Ada cloth. 22 counts is new and not hardanger. The switch is 1/1. Oh, are they selling 22 counts even weave? Is that, oh, Ada, right. Very nice, thank you. $7.20, I've done this one stitch here. And next one is 919 here. Okay. I am going to start here. 1, 2, 1, 2. And Lynn says, Yogi, the black work on your piece shows the white through. The black work. Oh, you mean black stitches of this one? Yes, it does. Even on 28 counts, 1/1, you can see a little bit of fabric. But then again, Lynn, currently, if my fabric is quite stretched out on a hoop, so maybe you can see a little bit more. Once it's released from the hoop, and maybe, if I ever finish this piece in about 50 years' time, then I'll give it a little wash. Then everything will kind of just, even themselves out, I'm hoping. And also, this is pretty zoomed in as well. With naked eye, I can see tiny bit of white, but not much, not much. So, oh, I see, Rochelle. So, yes, I do have quite a few projects, and Rochelle is monogamous for now. For how long, we don't know. This one. Yes, Betty's saying the same thing. It's because it's up close. Stands 3 feet. Stands 3 feet back. Never that wide. Well, you probably don't need 3 feet. Just lean back a little bit. I know, because it's now just super close up, and also the fabric's quite stretched. No, so I don't really mind it. I mean, with my Christmas house, the stitches look a lot more sparse. With full cross, generally, I find it relatively well covered. But with my 14 counts, I kind of expect to see a little bit of fabric. It's just, that kind of finish. So I don't mind the fact that, they're not as full as smaller stitches. And okay, I'm thinking how far I should take my stitches. 1, 2, 3. See you later, Lizzie. And I think I'm going to stop here because I just have this horrible feeling if I keep going, I'm just going to miscount everything. So normally, if the stitches are very connected together, it's not so much a problem. It's when the stitches start to flow, kind of float away. That's when things start to get a little bit dicey. Let me just end this one here. 919, 919. Okay then, let's have a look. Let's see. This one, literally, I've got 2 stitches and a few more down here. I think 301, 301. So 1, 2. Just 1 stitch here. And just a few more here. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we just remembered with caterpillar, I have done their sow, the British Isle one. Some of you probably have seen it, but also at one point I was subscribing to their sort of monthly stitching projects. I think it was monthly, and I think I subscribed for 6 months. So they send you a box, like a mystery pattern each month, and it was good fun. It was good fun because I had their Christmas box as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. But the thing is, even though it was kind of quite fun to receive those patterns. You know, it comes with the whole kit. Quite small projects, and normally like a flower or some sort of simple patterns, and they give you all the floors and the fabric. But the thing is, you know, once you started stitching full coverage, that kind of projects, even though very beautiful, you just feel like there isn't kind of enough challenge. So I still have about 5-6 boxes of those kits sitting in my drawers. I have not done them. Maybe I'll reserve them to the side quests. They're quite fun, but you know, somehow I just need a little bit more. 301. But that's their that's kind of what their target, you know, market. They want to create patterns. They're quite, you know, accessible. Okay, I'm gonna start to fill in these stitches. All these, you know, 5 stitches here. They're all different colors. We're in the confetti zone, ninja zone. But I think it has to be done. Okay. But it's okay. There's one stitch here, but there are quite a few underneath I can do. Okay. A17. Just one stitch. And I'm going to end it. Take it below. You know, with the single stitch, I've been a little bit daring because for 28 counts, when I'm doing like a single stitch here, I actually ended it with a Kamari method. Literally, I just cut off the thread. I hope it's going to be okay. I'm just too lazy to do any ending method. 1, 2. But the stitches are so snuggly. It may be okay. Two. A17. I don't even know what I'm stitching, but it just looks interesting. You know, just the colors, the pattern. Lynn says, Yogi, I think Caterpillar are good, but the products seem to too easy, not really something to make you use your brain. Well, that's kind of what I'm talking about. I think, you know, not so much using your brain. They're kind of targeting at maybe people like me before I discovered full coverage. I mean, there's a huge audience, you know, they want to cross stitch, but if you, you know, basically show this kind of stitching to someone never done cross stitching before, they're going to be just, terrified and just run away, never come back. So I think Caterpillar, their type of projects, they are aiming at people like me before I discovered full coverage. And but once you kind of start to explore this type of stitching, yes, I think their patterns will start to feel a little bit too simplistic. I remember I was part of their Facebook group at one point, and at that time I had already started stitching my Gecko Rouge project, the craft cupboard, and I remember posted a web, couple of pictures, and involving parking, and the whole group just went, "What is that?" So the majority of them, they weren't even aware of parking methods. So that's why I said I was a little bit surprised that they were talking about trimming as a technique, because it probably wouldn't have appealed to me if I was, doing that type of project. But I think they're doing quite well. They have a lot of they have SAR every year, and monthly stitching pattern type of thing. It's good fun. It's good fun if you like that kind of patterns. See you later, walk away. Enjoy your dinner. And talking about food, as usual, for some reason, for the last few days, I've been craving for red pepper. For some reason. Normally when that happens, it means my body is craving for some sort of nutrient that's not maybe slightly lacking. For some reason, I've been craving for red pepper. Not a yellow one, not a green one, the red one. It's very specific. So I've been eating a lot of raw red pepper. Yes, and I have to eat it raw as well, not cooked. There must be very good reasons why I'm craving for it. And I remember craving for bananas and lettuce really badly for a while as well. So I had to look up Google to see, what's in lettuce and also banana as well. And it turned out to be what they have in common is potassium. So it's really hard to tell what deficiency you've got. It's a bit of a kind of process of elimination. Sometimes you just trying to introduce certain food or remove certain foods, and so I decided to get potassium supplements, and lo and behold, within 3 days I stopped craving for lettuce. You know, I was craving it so bad. I literally buy those, you know, the salad bags that you can get lettuce. I would easily eat 2 big bags just on their own with a little bit of olive oil, a little bit of salt. I could eat like 2 entire bags, like big bags. It was very strange. Grace Hudson says, vitamin C, do you think? For red pepper. So why not yellow pepper? I wonder. Sound Stitching says, I eat a lot of red pepper too. I buy little ones and stuff Gouda cheese in them. It's delicious. Oh, so you basically you have it raw and you have the cheese with it. Cool. Yes, for some reason I have to eat the pepper raw as well. And you know, now I'm talking about it, I can literally, I'm really craving for it, really craving for it. It's quite strange. The body is always trying to tell you what it needs, but sometimes very subtle. Grace Hudson says, speaking of veggies, I bought kale to try. How shall I cook it? Lovely. What kind of kale? Is it curly kale? Yes. I would suggest if you could saute the kale with a little bit of garlic and olive oil. That's my favorite way of cooking kale. But you probably need to go through the leaves and remove really coarse bits. Sometimes the stems can be a little bit tough. So you know you can remove some of that. But and also when you cook the kale, you probably need to spend a little bit of time. It's very hard to overcook kale. It's you know very robust. But I think if you want to kind of cook the leaves until they're tender. So well done, Grace. I think you'll like it because it's delicious. Kale is delicious. Lynn says, Yogi, I watch Caterpillar on retreat. There was a lot of young people. It's surprising how many young people like cross stitch. I think it's a myth to think, you know, stitching, cross stitching is for older people because I've been stitching since I was a kid. I was doing maybe more like Caterpillar type of, you know, patterns. And I think full coverage. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know whether anybody has done any kind of research on full coverage. I'm not sure. It's possible full coverage. The age group might be a little bit higher, but I don't think we're talking about you know, like super high in terms of age group. Probably just you know maybe not teens. Teens might not have the patience for it. That's possible. But, you know, I've been stitching since I was a kid. Hang on, where am I? I totally lost my spot here. I am looking at here. And there's 2 stitches here. And this is when I kind of lost the plot. Okay, it should be here. See you later, Kelly. Janine says, my poor mom can't eat any green veggies, no leafy greens, beans, peppers, broccoli. Why is that then? So Janine's mom has issues with vitamin K. Wow, I didn't know you could have problem. What I'm not sure what vitamin K is though. I'm not familiar with it. So it messes up her blood levels. Wow, that's weird. So imagine if I couldn't eat leaves. I have no food to eat. So it's the color green that's the problem, is it? So carrots wouldn't have create the same problem. No, Lynn. Lynn says, Yogi, the guinea pig is eating red pepper now. Oh, I want some of that. Can we share, please? Can you have a word with the guinea pigs and say, can you give a little bit of a red pepper to Yogi, please? Samantha says, I bake kale with some nutritional yeast, salt and pepper. Oh, interesting. Samantha is familiar with nutritional yeast. Not many non-vegan actually know about it. It's kind of yeast flakes. It's got a lot of nutrient. And it tastes a little bit cheesy, so sometimes you use it for kind of cheese replacement for flavors. That sounds nice. Yes, it's a nice combination. So you bake it with nutritional yeast with salt and pepper. Well, I don't think I ever tried to bake my kale. I definitely would love to try. So you basically just season the kale with salt and pepper and sprinkle with nutritional yeast and bake it. Interesting. Grace says yellow and red peppers have vitamin C. But the thing is, though, I don't crave for yellow ones, only red ones. And I can. I'm starting to fantasize red pepper now. Just really juicy, big red peppers. I can just bite into it like an apple. Oh no, Susan. Stop saying that about kales. They have feelings too. Susan says, Grace, wash it, take it over to the bin, throw that evil kale away. Susan, we don't need that kind of language. Let's have a look here. Quite a few ninja stitches. Okay, 779. Yes, Grace, I think you're gonna like it. You just need to cook it thoroughly, because a lot of people don't like kale because they just saute it lightly, almost like spinach. And it's not the same as spinach. It's very robust and it takes a little bit of cooking. So just keep sauteing the leaves until it's kind of tender, but not you know, not too not overcooking it. It's delicious. Coyote says I've been cross stitching since I was a kid, in my 50s. Yes, exactly. I think, you know, it was one of the things I really enjoyed. Probably one of the first craft. Well, I think I'm trying to remember, did I learn knitting first or did I learn cross stitching first? But either way, I started quite young. But I'm not sure how I would have felt about it if someone showed me full coverage, you know, when I was very young. I probably would go, oh, that's like a lot. Seven, 7, 9. Oh, Suzanne likes the nutritional yeast with kale as well. I never tried that. I think I can, you know, you can probably sprinkle it even with, if you just fry the leaves, right? You don't have to bake it necessarily. But I'll definitely try it. Sounds interesting. Rebecca, hello. Rebecca says, I've got into cross stitching a couple weeks ago, and now I'm working on a full cover piece. I'm 24. Love it. Hello, Rebecca. Have you been to the chat before? I wonder. Yes, well done. 24 years old, and just got into cross stitching a couple of weeks ago, and now Rebecca is stitching a full coverage piece. That's incredible. Well done. Let me pick the next one. Oh, is it chocolate time now? Hang on. Let me just pick one more. Oh, today for chocolate. Yes. Where shall I go? I'm trying to pick colors, you know, stitches from here, but so many of them are confetti color stitches. Literally just one or two. Well, there you go. And Sola says my dad couldn't have any greens because of vitamin K. Again, wow, I didn't know it was a thing. So a lot of people have issues with vitamin K. And wow. What does vitamin K do, I wonder? Samantha says like kale chips. Oh, really? If you just sprinkle, that's quite true. Yes, because I made my kale chips with the dehydrator, but I think you can probably just bake. You can just pop in an oven. Oh, that's a great idea. Yes. So olive oil and seasoning. See you later, Suzanne, and sweet dreams, sweet dreams. Sarah says, my mom is the same, no green vegetables because of vitamin K. Guys, I have a theory. Do you think it's a vitamin K or maybe it's just an excuse so they don't have to eat veggies? So if parents go, well, I don't want to eat veggies, the kids are going to go, that's, you're being a really bad example. Maybe it's just parents' way of escaping from eating kale. That's my cunning theory. Wow, so quite a lot of people are allergic to have issues with vitamin K. I wonder why that is. 975, 975, and I'm gonna just grab the thread here, and we're having some chocolate, okay? Chocolate time, guys. And guys, if you're new to the chat or new to the group, this is our chocolate time. It's mandatory. You don't have to eat chocolate, but you have to snack. It's just part of the part of our rules. So today, I still have some the cherry ones left, but today I'm gonna have something different. Okay, guys. The giant chocolate buttons have come back to my life. Yay. There you go. Giant chocolate button. And it's a new pack. Brand new. So let me know what you're snacking and drinking. Brand new, right in front of you. Unboxing. Rochelle says we're boycotting kale. Oh, that's just not nice. And, kale has never done anything bad. There you go, giant buttons. And they look relatively intact because sometimes they're broken. Look at this. Giant button, indeed. Cheers, guys. Yum. And look at my bumblebee here. Oh, Betty says lettuce, kale, even cabbage are leaves. Those are my favorite things to eat. Laura unalert herself just to boycott kale. Nora chips are so good. Yes, Nora chips are nice. Well, if you buy Nora chips from shops or crisps, sometimes they're slightly over seasoned, but I presume you can just buy plain ones and just roast them, pop them in the oven, and make them yourself. Sound Stitches says I put kale in my baked mac and cheese. Is delicious. I bet, because kale is very it's quite robust. So you can bake it, you can stew it, you can put it in the soups. They cook really well. That sounds nice. So I have food in my mouth. Janine says kale has a strong flavor that people have to get used to. before they like it. And it does take a long time to cook. Well, I think the strong flavor Janine is referring to is called plants. So Janine is not familiar. It's not familiar with flavors of plants. It's called nature, Janine. And it can take a little bit to cook. And I think that's when people run into trouble, because they sometimes just lightly cook it, and they have a taste and say it's really tough, and it would be if you don't cook it properly. Janine says, I never heard of nutritional yeast. You can normally find it in kind of health food shops like Whole Foods or, that type of shops. And it comes in a kind of a tub. It's quite flaky and it's got a slightly cheesy flavor. So a lot of vegans, they use it for, to maybe sprinkle a little bit on salad or for baking. That kind of stuff. It's quite yummy. Oh, Suzanne, that's a very good idea. Using nutritional yeast on popcorns. Yes. So it gives kind of a cheesy flavor, and it is savory as well. Grace says, how do you make kale chips? You can make kale chips either with dehydrator or in the oven, like Samantha does. I think I've done that before as well. You have to be very careful because they can go kind of slightly burned very quickly if you're not careful. So you can just have kale, maybe remove the stems and drizzle with some olive oil and sprinkle some sea salt, and basically that's it, and just pop it in the oven. So Nido is also 24 as well. Been stitching since she was 10. Yes, I think I started quite young as well. I probably started at around 14 sometime, I remember. I can't remember what I was stitching, but I was taking interest in cross stitching. Maybe 13, 14. Yum. Sound Stitching says, vitamin K thickens the blood. Interesting. Okay. So, because I know sometimes older people, they take sort of blood thinner, like aspirin and that kind of stuff. So if they take in vitamin K, it's going to make the blood thicker, and it might create problems. Okay, but how much do you need to take in for that to happen, I wonder? Elsie, Elsie is probably, Elsie is not alone. Elsie says, my husband think I'm going nuts. I'm nodding my head and commenting verbally. It's only natural. You want to respond to things. Yes, that makes sense. All right then. Let me just take one more piece here. It's one more button. One more butter. Ooh, that's a big one. Oh, so Nita will know what she's talking about. She's a bio student. Grace says, I wonder if chocolate tastes good in kale, just in case I don't like it and want to cover the taste up. Yes, if you cover it with your favorite chocolate, I think anything would taste good. Grace. All right. Janine just looking for reasons not to eat kale or anything green. Yes, Janine, you're correct. Janine says if you don't cook kale until it's soft, it's like chewing tree branch. Yes, it is. It's, kale is plant. So, and every vegetable, they need to be treated slightly differently, in terms of cooking methods. So you don't overcook them or undercook them. It's a little bit like aubergines, eggplants, I think, in America. A lot of people don't like it because they're not being cooked properly. With eggplants, you need to cook it until it's very, very soft. Because sometimes I have eaten aubergine in salad, they're borderline sort of crunchy, and it's just really horrible. And if that's, what you're being served, you're probably not going to like aubergine too much. But the thing is, if you cook it until it's really tender, it's delicious. Hang on, this is a brown color. And one more stitch on the right here. Ah, that's true, Samantha. If you brown them too much, definitely. That's why the timing is really important. And also, if you make kale chips, and also even if you just fry the leaves, just saute the leaves, try not to add too much salt. You want to keep it sort of slightly under seasoned because kale has got that savory, natural savoriness. So sometimes if you overdo the salt, it's going to come out quite salty. I think kale is just naturally slightly salty. Janine loves eggplants. Yes, me too, aubergine. My favorite way is to sort of cut it halfway in half and open it up, you know, like two pieces of toast, and sprinkle some pine nuts, and you can have olive oil and garlic on top, and just bake them in the oven until they're really, really soft. Oh, so good. Nice 975. Yes, Nido, and zucchini, courgette over here, and eggplant as well. They're really good on being grilled. Absolutely. So every vegetable, you know, they need to be cooked differently for them to be super delicious. And carrots are really tricky to cook as well. You know, carrots, either you eat them fresh, raw, they're really crunchy, or you want to stew your carrots, really. If you just cook carrots kind of, you know, half-heartedly, it doesn't taste great. So a lot of people don't like it if it's not, they're not being cooked properly. Okay, 2 stitches here, 3. Okay, 3A62, 3A62. Janine says, I like to cook all vegetables quite soft. I'm told I overcook them. But if they're crunchy, they're not cooked in my mind. What? Well, I'm trying to think. What veggies need to be slightly crunchy? Green beans, for instance, you don't want to overcook green beans. They're supposed to have crunch still. And I think courgette, you know, zucchini, you don't want them crunchy necessarily, but you don't want to overcook zucchini at all. They just turn into sort of mash. And also cabbage as well. If you saute cabbage, you want, you know, you want the leaves still be slightly crunchy. 3A62. 3A62. Samantha says, I wish I was home stitching, cross-stitching tonight, but I'm knitting on my shawl while watching my daughter practice for the figure ice skating show this coming weekend. She's a skater, is she? Amazing. Janine says, I haven't had pine nuts in a really long time. I have to try that. They're delicious, aren't they? I know, toasted pine nuts. Oh, so good. Hmm. Let me have a look. I'm trying to fill up these little stitches as much as I can. Let me zoom in a little bit more. Janine. Janine says, I don't saute any veggies because they are still crunchy. Really? You don't like crunch? So, yes, I don't understand it. Because if you overcook veggies, depends. First of all, you probably lose a lot of nutrients, right? If you overcook some of them. Even though it has been known that spinach, if you overcook them, and also tomatoes as well, if you stew tomatoes, they actually produce more nutrient than not being cooked. And I think tomatoes, if you stew tomatoes really well, they actually produce something that's anti-cancer property. I can't remember what it's called. So, you know, veggies are magical. Auntie Crazy says, how do you all feel about beets? We love them, don't we? Probably some of them go, no, we don't love. We're talking about beetroots, right? I love beetroots. And in fact, Auntie, I just bought a jar of pickled beetroots because recently I'm really into pickles as well. So I got a jar of Sainsbury's pickled beetroots as well. I haven't opened it yet, but I'm really looking forward to it. Ginny says all veggies need to be mushy. No, please, Ginny, please. No, absolutely not. No mushy beans, okay, green beans. Oh, no. 791. 791. We probably need to do a side quest of, you know, how to cook veggies, green veggies properly, just for Janine. Oh, Samantha loves pickled beetroots as well. Yes. Oh no, Janine, please. Janine says same with pasta, needs to be soft. No, Janine, you do not overcook pasta, okay? Pasta needs to be al dente. Janine, give it a go, give it a try. Janine, have you been to Italy? If you like your pasta soft, you're gonna have a complete nightmare. You'll probably have a meltdown if you go to Italy. You know, I like my pasta al dente, but even for me, when I went to Italy and the pasta, they're literally crunchy still. You can, you know, if you bite into the pasta being served in Italy and you look at the center of the pasta, it's still raw. That's how they like it. But definitely do not overcook pasta, okay? Lynn says, Yogi, my boyfriend's mom used to ask me for Sunday lunch. She would do runner beans and not trim the sides, and you could not chew them. Oh, Oh, they didn't take off the rough bits on the end. Oh, no, that's a bit rough. I do cut them off or snap them off. Yes, and oh dear. Yes, I don't think you can eat those. You can eat those bits happily. 791. Hey, Dolly, hang on. 791. Let me pop it back. Let me say hello to Dolly. Oh, Dolly literally just staring. She just sitting behind me, just staring at me. Hang on. Dolly, what's up? Have you woken up from your nap, darling? Hey, sweetie. Oh, baby. Where are you going, honey? Oh, dear, oh dear. She just flipped over and go belly up. Go belly up here. Babe. Babe. Where are you going? Honey, come back here. Baby. Dolly. Come on. Where are you going, babe? Come on now. Come on, over here. Sweetie? Oh, now she's just being a diva again. There you go. She purred a little bit and go, well, that's it. That's it for today. She's such a hard work. Well, there you go. Here. That's it. Now she's just standing, well, she's sitting there, just looking at me. Oh, Janine, do you have teeth, Janine? Janine says, same with rice, mushy rice? Dear, oh dear. Exactly, Michelle. No mushy pasta, Janine. I think Janine probably doesn't have teeth because she doesn't need to use them. Everything is just soft. So Janine just turns everything into smoothie and just drink it. Chloe says you can't have mushy broccoli. Yes, that should be illegal, okay? That should not be allowed. Auntie says belly up is a trap, Yogi. I know. But she's pretty good. She will flip over when she's happy. If I go Dolly and, you know, she would just flip over, show her belly, and I can literally just bury my head in her belly and she wouldn't mind. Because some cats are a little bit, you know, defensive if you do that. But with Dolly, she just go, hey, here's my belly. Go for it. I know Dolly's lovely and she knows it, you know. She knows she's got it. Okay then. 9:30. 9:30. Nido says one of my cats is sleeping on my in my craft box, and the other one sat on top of the lid, so he can't get out. Yes, we on our Facebook group, we get many pictures of literally just just cat and dog just sitting on top of people's projects and just go, hey, it's me time. What are you gonna do? Ginny says, yes, I have all my teas. I do not believe it. I'll believe it when I see them, okay? I think teas just, go away, disappear if you don't use them. Samantha says, my cat, Winslow. And Winslow is so handsome, Samantha. And Winslow always goes belly up for me and rolls around while he purrs. I know, that's a power move. They know what they're doing. If they just, flip over, belly up, and it's all over, all over. They can ask for anything they want. You just go, yes, yes, yes. They know what they're doing. 1, 2. Okay. And 1 over there. $9.30. $9.30. Samantha says going belly up means they trust you. Yes, because the belly is the most vulnerable area. And if they're willing to, let you rub their belly, they like you. See you later, Elsie. And where shall I go next? I was hoping to stitch some blue stitches, but I think they're all gone. No more blue stitches. Let me have a look. Okay then, let me go over here. I was hoping to fill in all the loose stitches, but they're literally all ninja stitches. And I'm just not in the mood to do that right now. So I'm gonna go for A14. A14. And also, have you guys tried cauliflower mash? It tastes better than potato mash, I think. So, Janine, this is one occasion you're allowed to cook something until it's slightly mushy. This is much better. And Susan says my favorite is cauliflower cheese. Yes, and cheese and cauliflower, they go really well together. And same thing, if you're vegan, you can use nutritional yeast or vegan cheese. I mean, cauliflower is very versatile as well. You can do a lot of different things. I have made cauliflower kind of pancakes, savory pancakes. Really nice. Easy Mom says, have you ever had cauliflower pizza with a crust with cauliflower? I have seen people making it. I have not tried the cauliflower pizza crust. Is it literally just cauliflower? Does it use flour or anything? I have heard of people making cauliflower pizza. 1, 2, 3. Oh, so Grace is used to make cauliflower pizza all the time. Is it hard to make? Because how do you make it into a crust though? Do you use anything to bind it together? Okay. Janine says I'm having nice mushy baked. What's ziti? With ciabatta bread on the side. What's ziti? Okay. I'll probably keep going. Oh, Janine says ziti is pasta kind of shaped like tube. Really? You mean like macaroni? And it's called ziti. I don't know. I don't know all the pasta names. I know the obvious ones, but there's so many different kinds. And of course, it's mushy. It's a Janine style pasta. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, Bex. Good morning. So, Bex, do you like your pasta mushy or al dente? Janine says the pasta has got a straight tube. The hole is probably about quarter of inch around. Oh, so it's quite big. Quarter of an inch. It's quite large. So really large ones. I much prefer linguine over spaghetti. Cool. Oh, can you see that? It's forming another curve here. Look at this. I think it's going to take years for me to finish this ceiling. It's going to take a while. It's just got so much going on there. So 1/4 inch is sort of like the size of like a pencil. Okay, so it's not that wide. So is it quite long, or it's a little bit like macaronis? Macaroni is a little bit smaller, I think. But it's really interesting because ultimately all the pasta, they're made with pretty much the same ingredients, aren't they? But depending on the shape, they taste totally different. You know, linguine tastes different from spaghetti, and depends on the shapes, creates different texture as well. The magic of pasta. Four. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Beg says I love how it is pastel colors at the very top and bright colors further down. Absolutely gorgeous. I know the color blend is just crazy, isn't it? And we're still at the ceiling, just the ceiling alone. It's got so much going on. You know, when you get to the rugs and sofa, it's just crazy. Michelle says Kamara is still stitching the ceiling. I think I'll be 100 years old before I get past the ceiling. I'm starting, you know, I'm kind of feeling the same because, you know, I started this project last October, right? And I'm pretty much still at the very top, even though I moved down a little bit, you know, to the bumblebees, etc. But I feel like it's still part of the ceiling area, isn't it? The whole, and I barely touch the center. You know, I still have like vast area to the sides. It's going to take, yeah, 100 years probably. And the thing is, there isn't a kind of a safe way to count your way to a different location, because it would be interesting if one could start from different corners, right? Then you have a little bit of variety of things to stitch. Gray says cauliflower pizza is made with it's made by adding mozzarella. Oh, adding mozzarella cheese, Parmesan cheese, eggs, Italian seasonings to the cooked cauliflower. So you put in the food processor and turn it into a dough. I see. Because I was wondering what would be the binder for the dough. So cheese, yes, cheese and eggs can be very good for that. So it's more like a cauliflower cheese pancake, really, with toppings on top. Just one more stitch here. Well, I think it won't take long for Kamari to probably get to the bed, really. Lynn says, Yogi, what is the blue thing on the ceiling? Good question. I think it's just a pattern, part of the floral pattern. Let me show you here. I don't know what it is. Maybe a flower or something. I'm not sure. Like some sort of blue flower. And there's another bit on the right side as well, so it's symmetrical. Can you see that? I don't know what it is. Very good question. Maybe flowers, some sort of flowers. Because in the center, there's a big orange thingy. I don't know what it is. But yeah, some sort of flowers, I think. Hey, Rose. Oh, Australia is waking up. Good morning. Laura says, I think Kamari has another new start. Has she? Well, Kamari is a change lady. You know, Kamari used to be like a super monogamous person. And one project at a time she will work on. When I first discovered her, she was stitching, was it Once Upon a Fairy Tale? And literally, I followed her for maybe close to 2 years until she finished that piece. I think that piece probably took her 2.5 years or something. And now she's, you know, having new stars all over the place. That's quite nice, actually. Why not, you know? Why wait? Sound Stitching says, I've not done a hay piece yet. They intimidate me. I can do full coverage, but those are a whole different ball game. Well, but majority of the full coverage. So what? Whose pattern you've been working on? Because I think all full coverage patterns probably similar. You know, in terms of the color changes, etc. I mean, you know, hay has got. If you go for max colors, yes, we're talking about 240, whereas patterns from Stitch is So Beautiful, for instance, which I bought a new pattern from them, and that one, even though it's max colors, it's about 170, I think. So yes, in that sense, hate, they do go up in terms of color counts, probably higher than other companies. But other than that, you know, confetti is confetti. Okay then. Shall I go down here? Okay. 919, 919. Janine says, try a mini. Yes, mini just means less stitches, but it doesn't mean, well, it depends on what is intimidating sounds, I guess. If you're being intimidated by the number of stitches, yes, mini could be a good option. But if you're intimidated by confetti, mini doesn't guarantee no confetti. In fact, probably more. See you later, Michelle. Enjoy your dinner. I'll see you later. Someone says, I'm not afraid of confetti. I'm just scared to mess up. In what way? Well, I think when it comes to full coverage, it's probably all about stitching methods. Because ultimately, in terms of stitches, we're just doing crosses, aren't we? So there's very little difference between full crosses that you do for samplers versus full coverage. But the difference is, you know, in terms of how do you go about stitching it, you need a little bit more strategy, I think. Nikki says, Golden Kite has blended threads, full coverage, scary. Oh, so everything is blended. So does that mean you have to stitch double strand? or doing one leg at a time with 2 colors. That's a little bit scary. Genius says golden kite patterns look complicated, not for beginner, for sure. I've never come across them. I'm not familiar with them. I'll probably have a look. So they're full coverage. And with blended threads. Slow Stitching says miscounting and wrong colors. Oh, that's gonna happen. It probably doesn't matter how long you're doing full coverage. Miscounting happens, wrong colors happens, but there are ways to deal with it. And even though miscounting, in my case, you know, the Gecko Rouge is a good example. Yes, it can be slightly disastrous, but you know, it does happen. I think it's just part of the journey. You should just give it a go and not worry about it. And there's always a new thing to learn, you know, in terms of how to resolve a problem when there is one. So it's kind of part of the experience, really. Take a sip of my water. So golden kite, they probably do lower fabric counts. Otherwise, blend colors is going to be very tricky to do. Samantha is asking, does any of the Hade patterns have back stitching? I would say probably no. I've never come across those. I think Hade is very focused on pretty much just cross stitches. And also the default recommendation for their patterns are 25. It doesn't mean you have to do it 25, but they kind of designed all their charts based on 25 counts. Tamara, hello. And Tamara says, I just picked up my stitching just as I was continuing with and almost finished a letter ABC pattern. I realized I used the wrong color and now I have to frog. Well, welcome, Tamara. It's all part of the stitching experience. Yes. Sometimes we have to frog. Sometimes we reverse stitch. But when that's not working, we frog. Yes, I don't think... what do you think, guys? Do you think the more you stitch, the the less likely you'll make mistakes and, wrong colors, wrong counts, etc. Or do you think it's just part of, part of what it is? It doesn't matter how long you've been stitching. You've been stitching 2 weeks versus 30 years. Do you think, mistakes kind of happen less frequently? I wonder. Beck says, I have news. Oh, breaking news from Bex. Says, my 20-year-old son is moving out with friends, so I will soon have have a cross-stitching room. Bex, that's amazing. So Beck says, I'm torn emotionally. He's my baby and I don't want him to go, but I'm excited for him too. And also, Beck's excited that she's going to have a spare room to be the stitching room. That's great news. That's fantastic. Yes, 20 years old, you don't want to live with parents anymore. Definitely. It's time to spread the wings. That's wonderful. Okay, let me pick one more color here. Shall I? Oh, there's a little bit of confetti down here as well. In that case, I'm gonna pick this one. I like it. I want to pick something a little bit easygoing. A15. A15. Clara says golden kite charts are very expensive. I'm talking just the chart itself. You have to wait for a sale to get the price lowered. What sort of price bracket are we talking about? Are they quite big? I've never heard of them. Literally, I just heard it mentioned today. But then again, I don't know anything. But are they expensive? Are they worth it? Lynn says, Yogi, I don't blink when counting. That's when I go wrong. Yes, I'm blinking, definitely. For me as well, if I have a blink, I have to recount everything again. So that's a very good tip. So I think if you stitch for a long time, you just probably learn not to blink, like Go Fish. Hi, Lona. Great to see you. How are you? Are you stitching today? Beck says, I love blended threads. I do love them as well. I've never done a piece that's got a lot of blend colors. I mean, Maggie, I'm doing at the moment, it's got a fair number of it. And my 14 counts, they've got only about, maybe under 5 each piece. So it's not too bad. And I think it's blend colors is fine if you're doing 2 strands, right? You literally just take 1 strand from each color. Other than that, it's just cross stitching. But it's a little bit tricky if you're doing single strand. Lona says it's part of what it is. Yes, Lona is a professional stitcher at one point, aren't you? So if even Lona can make mistakes and miscount things, you know, it's just part of what it is. And I think it's part of the fun as well, because it's all about learning techniques to make the process more to work better, isn't it? More efficient and more accurate. But it doesn't mean nothing will ever happen. I think even most seasoned stitchers will have to frog from time to time. Clara says, Yogi, many people do golden kites on 24 counts. If they choose blends, they will do 10 stitches with the blended colors. Okay. And the 24 count is a stiffer cloth, so less fabric distortion due to 10 stitches. Oh yes, of course, 10 would be an option, isn't it? If everything's blends, and you don't want to go 14 counts or something like that. You want to go higher fabric count. Then yes, 10 stitches would be a very good option indeed. The 24, but why not 25? If you're going 10 stitches, it probably doesn't matter what fabric count you're using, you're stitching. Yes, 10 would be a good option. Ginny says it's part of what it is. Yes. And when it comes to full coverage as well, cross stitching in general, you know, I suppose if you just started last week, yes, technically you are new, but I don't know at what point you're considered not a new stitcher, you know what I mean? It's like ultimately we're learning to stitch one leg at a time. So in terms of the stitches themselves, there isn't a lot to it. It's just a matter of, you know, how you tackle the entire piece overall. And I think that's where the learning is, because this, in terms of stitching technique, if you can do, you know, one leg and then do the second leg, you can cross stitch. Tamara says, I think mistakes happen when you are tired. You actually may pay more attention when you start to learn. Yes, definitely. You know, when I get tired, normally in the beginning of a session, I deal with ninja stitches with a lot more enthusiasm, and you can tell by now we're heading towards kind of the end of the session. You know, I'm starting to pick sort of, you know, easier colors in terms of less confetti colors, etc. Definitely. Is to do with your focus level as well at that moment in time. And a lot of times, you know, my marking of the stitches start to get a little bit sloppy, and towards the end as well, I forget to mark things or mark the wrong locations. And parking as well. Parking, I definitely notice. A lot of threads that I park in the wrong spot, they tend to be the ones I kind of, you know, maybe try to do at the sort of, when I'm about to finish a session, then things just start to get, a little bit sloppy, a little bit pear-shaped. And I think this is why probably, teenagers probably wouldn't go for full coverage, because it requires so much concentration most of the time. And they probably don't really have that capacity to do it. Okay, I'm going to end this one. Clara says they have, referring to, it's a golden kite. They have a small, medium, and large on most of the charts, or larger, most expensive, like $30 to $60, depending on size. Okay. I suppose if it takes more, it takes more effort to create them, maybe they want to charge more, which is fair. A15. Lona says, Yogi, I've stitched on 5 different projects, including traveling library, farewell to Lothlorien. I'm itching to start Writer's Death and Storyteller's View. Lona, are you talking about today alone? Dear, dear Lona, slow down. I barely stitched this piece today. Yes. Well done, Lona. And Lona, I love to see your storyteller's view. Janine says, I've got a little over 1,000 stitches on storyteller's view. I can't wait to get out of the sky. We're having fun with it. Janine, I think you started from upper left, aren't you? Yes, you probably stuck with the sky stitching for a few years to come, so be patient. 1,000. 1,000 is like 10 blocks, right? You probably got a little bit more to go. Clara says, like, take Yogi for instance. Yes, I'm a great example for this. Yes, Clara says she needs to frog many stitches on her gecko roach kit. Clara, you just have to mention it, do you? Do you really? Yes, indeed. I've got 2,000 stitches for me to frog, okay? On 28 counts, I ask you. I don't know, do you have any tips? Anybody has frogged 28 count stitches, like extensively? I just need some tips to do it. And I'm still waiting, because if I wait long enough, at some point, someone is going to create a frog machine, okay? And you literally, I described this before, it's like a vacuum, a lawnmower, basically. You just run it over the area you want to frog, and the stitches just come undone. It has to happen. 817. A17. So I can't possibly be the first person in a history of stitching that have to, have to frog 2,000 stitches on 28 counts. Am I the first one? And Sarah Stitching says teens don't have the patience. I know the attention span is probably quite challenging to do something like this. But something like caterpillar, type of patterns they can probably do. But I think full coverage, they're not quite ready. Whoops. And Lona, which part of the pattern you started your traveler's view? Janine's is being brave, going for the sky stitching first. Betty says, I have frogged or fried. Is that a technique? Is that a special technique, Betty? You fry your stitches. No, I think Betty meant frogged, okay? Betty says, I have frogged 28 counts 2/1. I use my 26 needle to unlock. Well, I don't know. If you do 2/1, you mean full cross. Because if it's 10 stitches, it's easier. But 1/1, if you look at the stitches, they're so tightly kind of bind together. And I try to frog a few stitches with my Gecko Rouge. Oh, it takes a little while just to do a few. I think I managed about maybe 25, 30 stitches in about, I don't know, an hour. Oh dear. And I was crying earlier because it was just really awkward to do. Lona says, I have frogged 500 stitches on 28 counts. No fun. I'm still frogging 4,000 stitches on 28 counts as well on different projects. Really? 4,000? Which one? I think it was 4,000. Well, unless you have gone really, really far with the piece. With 4,000, I'll probably restart. Even with 2,000, it kind of crossed my mind. Maybe restarting, but at this point, at this point, I think I'm going to move forward. Because I've done quite a few stitches already. 1, 2. Three. Lona says, I just keep doing a little at a time, very carefully. Yes, I think piecemeal is probably a good policy, good strategy. I think that's what I'm going to do because it's quite a large piece, right? So in comparison, the area I need to frog is not huge, even though in terms of numbers, 2,000, quite a lot. But if you think about the entirety of the piece, 2,000 is not, tons. So I'm going to just keep stitching the rest of the piece. And then occasionally, from time to time, I'll come back and do a little bit, even just 5 stitches at a time, 10 stitches at a time. If I do it, 200 times, it's going to be gone at some point. Lona says, I'm going to start storyteller's view in upper right corner. I started traveling library upper left corner and still can't decide why I want to start writer's desk. So Lona has not started storyteller's view. So upper right corner is probably going to be most popular one because that's the quickest corner that you can get to the caravan, isn't it? So we can have a look just in case anybody doesn't know what we're talking about here. So there's a companion piece for this piece, okay? Let me just show you. I've got a pattern. I've got the regular size one, max color. So I can show you. So let's have a look. So that's the traveler's piece. Right, yes. Upper left. Oh, so, hang on. Who's that? Janine. If you started from upper left, you wouldn't be doing sky stitching. You'll be tree stitching, aren't you? Because I'm just looking at the pattern. And if you start from upper right, yes, there's a little bit of sky stitching, but you get to the caravan first. So I think, and I think bottom left is kind of interesting as well because you get to the picnic area here. But it's going to take ages to get to the caravan. But if you, yes, I suppose if you do upper right or bottom right, there's a little bit more happening there. So Rochelle is going for restart. if you have 4,000 to frog. So Lona says, Yogi, I do 1 block at a time. Yes. Anna, hello. Anna says, sounds like cross-stitching is a training in patience. Well, in a way, I think people who enjoy this type of stitching, subconsciously, I think we have accepted the challenge, even though, when it comes to frogging, no one's happy about it. But yes, I think it teaches you quite a lot, isn't it? And I think I always say the way we stitch full coverage, it reflects who you are as a person. Not good or bad. It's just that, we have different personalities and we have different approaches to things. So for instance, parking is one. you know, some people love parking, some people can't stand it, and there's no right or wrong. One is not better than the other. It's just different. And also stitching method as well, you know, in terms of what you're drawn to, what type of method you're drawn to. Also probably say a lot about you as a person. A17. And also whether you're monogamous or are you like me, you know, that is kind of another element as well. So Lona, you're starting from upper right. So that's the start, the sky, the blue sky stitching. Lona says, I want to do the raccoon in a tree. Oh, I didn't even see there's a raccoon in a tree. Oh, Janine says, oh, so Janine, you started from upper right. Okay, I got it mixed up. Yes. Upper right, yes, sky stitching for a bit, but you're going to get to the caravan first, comparing to if you do it from the other side. Nikki says, I'm doing tree stitching. Nikki, did you start from the upper left? I'm trying to think. I think you did, didn't you? Yes. So a little bit of a tree stitching for a couple of years before you get to, what did you get to? I can't remember where the pattern is. Some sky, some air stitching. Yes. Lona says, when I start getting overwhelmed, I remember your teaching yoga. It's just one stitch at a time. Yes, I need to remember my own advice as well. To be honest, when I'm stitching, I don't really get overwhelmed as in, you know, feeling that I'm not stitching it fast enough. Clearly, I have no issues with that. I get overwhelmed normally. I'm trying to think. Sometimes confetti can do that, definitely. But also, I think, I'm trying to think what would get me overwhelmed. Well, I love parking, okay, and I park by choice, but sometimes managing part threads can, if I'm not in the right mood, can really get me slightly irritated. So, yeah, so it's about choosing the right method, the right whip at the right time, and that's, you know, that's why it's a great idea, I think, for me to have a different types of projects and also different stitching methods, you know, for each project. So you kind of pick and choose what you would like to work on at that moment in time. Lona says, I started 100-day sampler. I'm quarter done with it. Did that first quarter in a day. What is a 100-day sampler? Sounds intriguing. Lona says, I get overwhelmed with confetti. I think we can all be, you know, overwhelmed by that. Well, sometimes I crave for confettis. You know, sometimes you're ready for challenge. And, you know, like the other day, I did a ninja stitches boot camp. And I was okay because I was in the mood. If not, no chance. Lona says, I love part threads. Me too. But sometimes, you know, I think sometimes you're not in the mood sometimes. The days I literally just don't want to park. I just want to work on cross, you know, just want to do cross country. So it varies from day to day. Okay, I'm gonna pick 922. 922. Just a few stitches here. And now I'm doing sort of, you know, more ceiling area. I'm starting to miss this area. So it's a bit like that. You kind of constantly just need some changes so you don't get bored. Okay, this one, I think I'm here, 2 and 1. Sound Stitching says, I guess I'm a cross-country stitcher because parking confuses me. I know, every stitch is so different. It's like, I think some stitchers just find parking kind of doesn't make sense. But the thing is, when I started learning to stitch full coverage, parking was the reason I felt like now I can stitch full coverage, because it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense to me. I talked about how I stitched my first full coverage without knowing how to do it, and I was having a terrible time. And then I started researching and discovered that you can park, and that was when things started to change. And I was obsessed with the parking method. And Busy Mom says, I get lost on cross country. So Busy Mom, do you always park, or do you get lost if you do mini cross country? Because mini cross country, you can go sort of various distance. You can keep it very, very close, like Komari. Or you can go Nikki's method, extreme cross country. Ring says, I'm combo, typewriter, and cross country, and I stitch out of my thread. I don't like parking at all. But Ring, essentially, typewriter is a form of cross country, isn't it? It's just your starting point is you're following a method in terms of color selection. Otherwise, cross country is ultimately you're doing cross country. Nikki says, surprising, my 6 portals has me loving confetti and a needle parking board. Chef's kiss. Wow. So yes, 6 portals, to stitch that piece, you have to love confetti because it looks very confetti. It looks relentless with confetti. But Nikki's 6 portal is just beautiful. And to be honest, when I first saw that pattern, overall, I'm not overly drawn to it, but I really enjoy looking at the progress Nikki has done because it's just really, really pretty, particularly the frames. I didn't even focus on frames because with that piece, the frames, I thought it was just, frames. But it turned out all of them have individual kind of designed, incorporated It's very, very pretty. Very stunning. But it's better Nikki than me. Busy Mom says, yes, I always park and just do block by block. Interesting. Yes, I think if you have a method, you just feel at home and you're happy doing it all the time, then, you know, it's perfectly good. Just like Kamari. I know I talk about Kamari a lot, but I've never seen her changing her method, ever. She's pretty much stitching everything the same method. Just very sort of close range, cross country. And she's happy with that. Lona says, sometimes I do royal rolls. Yes. I think my go-to method, I'm just trying to think, do I have a go-to method? I don't think I do, because every single piece I seem to want to start them differently. But the method I feel most, I'm trying to think if I have a sort of stitching method that's I can call comfort zone. I love, I mean, cross country is fine, but you know, I love block by block parking. I think if I didn't know what to do with a piece, how to start a piece, I'll probably do block by block. Color completion, diagonal, direction, something like that. But yes, I'm just one of those stitches. I just need changes. Ring says typewriter can be, but I don't stick to 10 by 10 block. I go wherever and use typewriter to pick my thread colors. I bounce around to different blocks. Exactly. Cross country, you basically you don't follow blocks. You just go wherever you want, and that's kind of if you watch Stitching Mummy, who's the OG of typewriter, basically you pick colors with the typewriter method and following a certain order. But other than that, once you pick the color, you go cross country pretty much from top down and left right. So see you later, Needle. And Lona says, color flow is something I'm trying to get used to. Yes, I love color flow as well, but I wouldn't say it's a go-to, well, it's a default method. I don't think I have a default method. Maybe block by block, probably because that was the first method I learned on how to stitch full coverage. All right, then, I'm going to pick one last color. So it's about 20 past midnight here in the UK. I'm going to pick one more color, hopefully something slightly easygoing, not too strenuous. Let me pick one over here, maybe. Ah, this one looks nice. Okay, then. 301. 301. And I am going to start from here. I think it's here. So this is 301 is going to be the last color of my choice today. Oh, Janine says 301 spooky bingo. Amazing. Yay. Well done, Janine. This is our second one, okay? We haven't had a lot of spooky bingo today. I think we had a I can't remember which color earlier on. So well done, Janine. See you later, Susan. 99. And Ruth says, I stitch in lines all the way across. I'll put stitches in the next line if there are stitches above and above left and right of the stitch below. I don't think I got that, Ruth. When you say a line, do you mean like a row, like a single row? Are you doing row by row? It's probably just getting late. My brain is just stopped functioning. My brain is just going, all right. I'm gonna do 6 more stitches. Janine says, this is my first spooky bingo. Really? It's the first one, Janine. Oh, wow, that's special. Well done. I didn't realize that. I would have thought, Janine probably had a few before. There you go. I've got 3 more. I'll do 3 more here. Samantha says, I've had to call into work the last few days due to the blizzard and not being able to get out of my alleyway where I park. 4 feet at the end. Oh dear. And so you're not able to go out and do your grocery shopping or anything like that. Can you get it delivered? But I thought you just went out for dinner with the daughter. Laura says Nikki's channel is where I found the Korean flag pattern. So Nikki's stitching the flag as well, is she? And Laura saying I blame her if I go blind doing my light grey on white. Oh no, Laura. So you're going to do it. Oh dear. Light grey on white. I ask you, why are you doing this to yourself, Laura? It's much better to, you know, to stitch kitties and goldfish. Wow, that sounds really hardcore. So Ruth is doing row by row. Wow. Yes, I've done row by row, block by block before, or maybe 2 blocks at a time. I have not found the flow with row by row completely. I have done row by row with parking, block by block, relatively okay. But if I extend the width beyond 1 block, I run into problems with row by row, with parking. I started, you know, have duplicated threads everywhere. 301, 301 back. Oh dear, Lona says we already had tornado warning as well. But is it coming? Or is it may just change its mind and go somewhere else? Yes, in comparison, London, UK has been quite peaceful. Fingers crossed. No tornadoes so far, no snowstorms. So Nikki, have you started doing the flag? Oh dear, not yet. So you're doing 14 counts. That's an interesting choice. All right then, guys. So let me show you what's happening today on my fabric. So today I've returned to this piece after a little while. I had not stitched this piece maybe for over 3 weeks, close to a month really. I just wanted to give it a little break and also focus on my 25 counts project. I've been really into the 25 counts, but it's beautiful and it's great to come back. And this is 28 count. I'm stitching on 28 count even weave, 1/1 with DMC. And the color is just gorgeous. It's really gorgeous. And also at the moment, you know, the stitches are kind of scattered around a little bit, so it's really hard to work out what the final look is going to be like. But this bit will give you some indication. You know, if I block off the loose stitches, just look at this bit. It's really, really beautiful, and the definitions is really great with regular size and max color. And so today I've been focusing on kind of roughly this area, particularly around the blue patch here, and just start to extend the stitches here. It's very subtle progression, but a little bit counts. And eventually, you know, when all the stitches get filled up, beautiful images emerge from underneath, like magic. Okay, so let me show you my iPad here, my app, and I am going to share with you my stitches. Okay, this is a highlight of every single session. I know you're waiting for it, and me too. I want to know how many stitches I've done today. So today is I would say maybe 30% of light confetti, but mostly, I picked the colors. I was able to do a few more stitches. So let's have a look how I'm doing today. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Down, down, down. Oh, actually not bad. Guys, what do you think? The grand total of the number Yogi has stitched today is 293. Yay! That's nearly 300 ish. Okay, and that's over 4 hours. Okay, and, nearly 300. I'm not mad at all. It's very, very nice, and the percentage, not much change there because this this piece has got a lot of stitches. So 2.28. Okay, maybe move forward a little tiny bit. Yes, it's not bad at all. You know, great improvement from 70. Okay, the other day, and 293 here. Very, very happy. And yes, I'm gonna just keep working on it. I think for me, every stitch is victory, and every stitch is just enjoyable. So I hope you enjoy your session today as well, and thank you everyone for the round of applause and crowns. Give me some dolly and some 99. I need it because I'm going to bed, and I think, you know, since last night I came home really exhausted and had some sleep, but not you know, I had to get up quite early this morning as well, so I'm exhausted. So I'm gonna head to bed now. So wish me sweet dreams, and to you as well, and enjoy the rest of your day or night. And I shall see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is our soul, our dimension soul. Words just escape me, all the words. And tomorrow we're going to come back, and I'm going to be stitching Maggie, and I'm sure quite a few of you are stitching Maggie as well. So meet me here tomorrow, and until then, behave and eat vegetables and do not overcook them, okay? Nighty night. Bye bye.